Boom! Alright, I think I just got finished posting that all around where I needed to for anybody curious about it. Got the coffee on deck. Got the build instructions here. It is keyboard time. Alright, so first off, we'll go ahead and just open this guy. Yeah. Boop. Alright, so yeah, it's supposed to be all matching, so yeah, it looks like the case is matching. And then the stabs should match the build as well. They should have some like green stabs in it. I think from what I've seen, they're kind of like almost like light greenish stabs. But yeah, here's everything that comes with it. So it's a $120 kit, which is pretty nice. Everything in here, even including a wire if you don't have one. So nothing special, like not the best coiled cable, but I mean it's something. You know, it's nice that they include something like that, so you don't have to get something else. Let's see what we got here. Okay, this looks like the gaskets. Oh my gosh, that's bright. So this is what's going to go on each of these little side pieces here. It's going to be what's sandwiching everything together. And up here, the green stabs. Okay, so no, they match pretty good, which is nice to see. Everybody knows that I love matching stuff. Okay, I think these are screws just for the board. I don't think those are for the stabs, because yeah, that's what, oh wait, no, yeah, those are for the stabs. It's just not included in where the O-rings are. So this must be for the board, because this is, okay, yeah, these are some standoffs and some feet. So put that right there. Let's check out all these different pieces. So I think that's going to be here for the, oh, even the wires are green. Okay, so yeah, it's all matching. Very cool. Yeah, so those are the wires here for the stabs. I believe that's the first part is the is we got to do our stabilizer, so we'll be lubing these guys up. Just make sure we got all the pieces for it that we need. Here's the little O-rings that go on each side of them. Boop. And yes, that should be it. So I'm gonna put this aside for right now. What is this? The heck? Wait, what is that? There's something like in the PCB. Whatever, that looks like some kind of screw, so I'm just gonna hope that that's supposed to be there for now. And we'll check it out when we open it up here, I guess, before I put it aside. Get a quick little look at it. I was talking about this right here. I don't know what that is. There's like a screw right there, but that's where my hot swap socket is. Okay, this little piece of whatever, it's like this piece of cloth. What is this? Something's stuck right here. Well, my OCD is gonna go nuts until I get this little thingy out. What on earth was that? Some kind of little piece of cloth. Okay. Doesn't look too bad though. I've heard that these guys have some trouble with their quality control. Oh no, oh no. Okay, luckily I held that over the case. So yeah, that's some kind of standoffs falling out of it. Because that just like fell out. Where did that fall out from? Okay, that was what I was looking at. So whatever that was, it fell out. I'm sure there's just some instructions about that's something that we're going to tighten, I'm hoping. Because I see like other screws right here that are going in, but there's a look at it. That's what I was trying to do, is to get the back of it and everything. Hey, what's going on? Thanks for stopping by. A nice little side profile. Feels pretty decent. It's a cool little color too, so let me just grab these to make sure we don't lose any tiny screws or anything. I'm gonna use this cup holder and just, it's already using it to hold some random crap. I'm just gonna move this to the side somewhere and then use this to hold our screws, but I don't want to get it mixed up with anything else, so I'm just gonna, whatever's in here, I'll put aside, use this for now, and then I'll toss all this crap back on here so I don't lose all that. Boop. Alright, so whatever these little guys are, just gonna put them right here so that I don't lose them. I don't think anything else fell out. I don't think so anyways. Alright, but so let's put this aside just for a second. Put that down. Because, alright, let's see here. Oh, hold on, my brother is calling me. Let me answer this phone call really fast. Alright, and my brother's just going to eat some In-N-Out. Told him I'm good. But real quick, I am going to just text him this stream in case he wants to watch. Just finishing. I want to show his number to the world. Almost done. Okay. Copy this. There we go. Alright, boop. Okay, cool. So now let's start opening all of this. Just giving him a hard time because we all like hate mustard in my family. Or like me and my brothers and my dad do. My mom likes it, but we all hate mustard. And I saw this thing about how In-N-Out, like somebody was saying In-N-Out does this secret thing that makes their burgers really good where they just like cover them in mustard before they cook them. And my brother loves In-N-Out, and I was telling him that, and he was like, there's no way. He's like, I refuse to accept it because they're just good. So I don't know if that's true or not, because I think that they offer some kind of special burger where you can like request that, but I don't think that just all of their burgers get that. I don't think they're all just slathered in mustard. Like it's like it was. They were saying it's before they get cooked. So like they'll just like sit the burger patty there and just like cover it in mustard and then just let it hang out and then cook it. But I think that's like a special burger they make, and that person was just confused, whoever I saw saying that. Ooh, but this is going to be cool that these match. It's going to be nice to see how these stabs work. Since they are screw-in, I'm assuming that they'll be pretty decent, but they're the C3 whatever stabs, the same stuff from this company. So same company makes these switches, the Kiwis, the case, and all of this. They make everything here, including these. I got some terminal keycaps to match everything. That's just, you know, green text on a black background. So let's start lubing all of these stabs up so they're nice and smooth when we get them on. This is gonna be one of the more tedious, longer things we do here, but lubing stabs is pretty important. It's such a small thing, but it can make like the biggest difference. Coffee sip. Okay, and then maybe I'll wait to, or I'll just at least rip open the side of it. Or no, I don't have to wait. That's why I've got this little thing with the parts. I'm not soldering anything right now, but I'm still just using this little mat because it's got little like indentions to hold parts, which is nice. So I'm gonna be using this guy to hold stuff, to not lose it on the side. Come on, little O-ring, fall out of there. The last one is not wanting to come out. There we go. Alright. Very pretty though. Very pretty. I like these wires. Okay. So I don't think we'll need both of these. Is it, I guess, do we have an option of how we want to set up the space bar? But the kit only came with one space bar. So I don't think we have an option. Yeah, it only came with one space bar. It didn't come with multiple. Oh well. I mean, obviously there'll be enough parts to do both sides, so, or both lengths. So I'm just gonna start doing it. I'll grab our brushes. Where did I put my grease? All right, grease. So we got our Krytox 205 to do these parts. Then I'm gonna stick with the Dielectric Grease on the wires. I did full 205 on the Bakaneko, but I don't know. I used dielectric grease on the Brutal 61, and they feel fine on that. So I didn't feel like it made too big of a difference. I want to save this for switches, and like inside of stabs and stuff like that. But yeah, let's just open this up. Boop. These guys are a great deal, though. I can't remember the name of it. It's like just some like literal name, like keyboard lube or something. And they sell like these whole jugs of it, which is nice, instead of most of these places that are like, yeah, we're gonna sell you a like literally just like a drop of this lube for like $40 or something. This is the main reason I hadn't tried some of this stuff until now. Until recently, I mean, when I just got this, I just got these fancy lubes finally, the ones that everybody recommends, like about like a month ago or two. Hold on, I think, okay, yeah, my mic's going. I wanted to make sure. Because I just refuse to pay that much, man. I'm not going to pay like $40 for like literally a drop of lube that's good for one build and then nothing else after that. That's just stupid. So basically, just we want to get the insides of this here. The what we're doing is just putting lube on any part where there's like any kind of friction, tension, any kind of just parts like moving next to each other, which is just going to be those metal wires that sit inside of this plastic container. So you just do this to make sure that it all kind of just doesn't have any scratchiness. It's all nice and smooth, and then you won't hear any rattling. It's a big, like, huge quality improvement, and it's one of the best possible upgrades you can do to any keyboard, and it's also one of the cheapest, so which is nice. It's just a little tedious and time consuming, but if you pick up like any kind of pre-built keyboard that you just buy from some company and you just like shake it, you'll probably hear a bunch of rattling, which is just the wires inside of the keyboard. What these are, they're just not really put together that well or secured, because they don't have to be to work. Like, they'll still function. It'll just be really loud and annoying, and just you'll just kind of hear it nonstop all the time. But don't want to go too ham on it, so I kind of stick to this method of just getting a little bit in some kind of a container or something. I just use the lid of this jug, because luckily I have a jug of it, to just kind of like swab around and get like any excess off of your brush, because you don't want to have like a crazy like amount of it. You don't want to be like over lubing stuff and things to sound like squishy and wet. So I just am pulling this off camera. Still trying to figure out like the best angles and stuff for my cams, but I stopped being lazy at least and got the face cam going. I don't know. Some people have probably never even seen my face, but some of my buddies who have and just like know who I am were just joking about that last time. They were like, "Hey, it was nice to see your hands," because I haven't streamed in a while. So I am still alive and I still have a face. Oh wait, I might not have posted this over here. Let me make sure that I did. I am really liking this Bakaneko 60 though. Really cool design. I really like how you don't have to screw anything in. That was really cool. It took a couple of like tries of like messing with it to get it in there just the way that I wanted to, but it's in there pretty good now, and the friction is holding, and it's like when I was turning it upside down it was falling out. I've posted this everywhere except for Facebook. There's a couple of like family members and stuff that only check here, so I like to put it on here in case they want to scope out anything I'm doing. Okay. And shoot, let me grab those pictures. It's funny, I posted in all these different spots and I forgot to post on like my main social media things. I don't use social media too much. I don't even use Facebook that much, to be honest, but I need to start doing some of this stuff a little bit more to keep track with peeps and let peeps keep track with me. Okay. Boop. Oh no, as my dog emerges from her cocoon. Oh no, she laid back down. Okay, cool. Close that back up. Okay, sorry, I keep freaking getting distracted. So, I don't think I missed anything here. I'm actually gonna use this little stem holder guy that I got. This is just so you can hold little stem pieces like this without getting lube all over your hands, which is pretty nice. Also just helps you get the best application of it everywhere, so you can smooth it out, make sure it's even. Cool. I have like been pushing this little brush to its limit. I might need to get a new little set of brushes soon. So there's that side. Let's start doing one of these. Try to make sure I switch up the brushes for whatever lube I'm using here. Whoop. So this Dielectric Grease, I always just, since I have this, I just dunk it in the side to start getting it going there. But you just want to, because you want to get a pretty good amount of it on there. I'll move it around to kind of make sure it's not too thick, and then boop. Super easy. So it's not like complicated or anything. That's kind of why I like to show some of this stuff. I didn't stream for a long time, but there's most of this stuff is like group buys and things like that you have to wait a really long time for. Like the first like kind of high-end one that I bought, that's like a really nice expensive board that I bought last year, is finally coming in next week, that Adeli board. But that's the hardest part of those group buys, is you just buy something and then you just have to wait like a year for it. You just have to be like, okay, I spent all that money and now I'm just, don't get it for like a year. But finally comes in on Tuesday. Had a little panic attack because I thought they were sending me the wrong color, which wouldn't be the end of the world. I would still love that board. It's kind of like my little dream board. But I forgot that they just put all the orders as like the stock default color, and as long as your Google form submission thing that they sent you, because they sent you a form asking what color you wanted. So as long as they filled that, they got that, because I checked and I made sure that I did put navy or put the blue one. So I should have that coming on Tuesday, as well as a KBD D60. So those are all like the same style of mount as this mount here that we're doing tonight, which is a gasket mount. So I'll be able to compare like a entry level like this one here, which is around $120 kit, a gasket mount style, to like a mid-range one that's around like a like $350 keyboard, that D60, and then that really expensive high-end one that was like a $550 keyboard kit. So those kits are like this here. It comes with a body and a PCB and everything. You usually just need switches and keycaps to put on top of it. Just making sure this lube is nice and consistent and smooth here. You go up and just a little past the bend of the wire, because that's going to be like inside part of the stabilizer, so you need that part to be lubed as well, just because there's some movement right there where you clip it in at. But that's pretty good. Whew. Gotta stop the dog from eating herself. She just sits there and just chews on her feet. Okay, that's pretty good though, I think. Hold on, maybe just to get a little just on my brush just to be safe and get it on here. Taking a little longer than I think some people would with this, but I just really like to make sure I get my stabs, because there's nothing worse than just sitting here doing a whole build for a couple of hours, and then in the end you put it all on and it's just like, oh, the stabilizer's a little rattly. Let me just take it all apart to do like what I'm doing right here again and try to get it like better, and then put it all back together. So I try to avoid that. I like to, if I can, I like to just do things one time correctly. But that's what's good with doing practice builds like this consistently, is, you know, you have to experience doing mistakes like that and having to redo it to appreciate that and kind of get that consistency, so you can start doing it just the first time correctly. I'm having a hard time. Okay, there we go. Getting this layer right here in the corner. Okay. Keeps globbing up and I don't want that. I want it to be like around the entire wire. Ooh, sorry, I'm going to try not to mumble to myself, but when I'm focusing on small things like this, sometimes I do mumble. I'm unfortunately a big mumbler. I know that. I try not to, though. Golly, this is just, maybe I just got a little too much. Okay, that should be good though. There we go. I want it to be smoother on that side. Okay, cool. So, I probably should have put these two pieces together already. So there's going to be a side that has like the two little holes in it, and you want that to be facing out, because that's what we're going to be going into. So you put that together, hold it upside down, and then you want to get the stabilizer in there, and that first little hole. Oop. Did that get in there? I can't tell if that got in there or not. I don't think it did. Hold on. Seems like it did, but there's no way that is, because it's not clipping. What is the deal with these C3 stabs? Ugh. Must not be getting it in the hole. Hold on. Well, it's not to get in there. Okay, wait, there we go. Wait, but no, it shouldn't be that one, should it? Oh wait, no, yeah, it is. Okay, that's the bottom one. Now, there we go. Okay, cool. So now that we got that in there, boop, just clip it on like that on the side. So now we've got half of that. You just keep doing that all the way around. This goes up and down, and this is a what holds those longer keys, which is basically just like a normal switch, but it's just, you know, more than one button, so it has a couple of these stems to hold it on either side, so it doesn't just, so you're not like pushing the space bar like down on each side like a seesaw or something like that. Alright, but like I was mentioning, we're gonna have to do that for every single one of these pieces, so it's just gonna take a second. I'll try to speed it up a little bit here. But I did just want to wait to do this and like open the board, like the whole box up, and just kind of do the whole build at once. So if anybody is interested in these entry-level builds, because basically I'm just building a couple of these and experimenting and selling them off, because I have been starting a keyboard company, Weird Keybs, with my buddy Austin Stoddard here in town, who I used to work with at HomeAway. So I'm just leaning off camera, so experimenting with different types of mounting methods and materials, and seeing what the difference is with more expensive boards and more entry-level priced boards, to kind of find the sweet spot of what we'd like to do, because I would like to do something pretty affordable if we could. That is still like a pretty high quality, good typing experience, and you know, something that feels good and sounds good, and obviously a big thing with me is looking good too, and just being aesthetic. So, because I do all of these matching builds, people definitely, some people definitely usually don't go this far, like doing stuff matching switches and things like that. But it's just you know, it's like a extra challenge to me. It's just fun. It's like, why not, you know, try? If you can't, you know, no worries. If you have some kind of like awesome setup that's just an extremely good combination for some kind of sound signature you're wanting, with like a certain high-end switch or something that just has a one specific color that doesn't match, I mean, it's not the end of the world. Still, the rest of the board I would try to make like look cool with like the case and the keycaps and everything. That Bach and Echo build up there is just an example of that, though. You've got that light blue aqua body, and then the switches inside are those light purple hippo switches, which, you know, both match the keycap set, which is PBOW, so it's just those purple and blue legends on the white background. So I don't know, man, just as a software engineer, like when you're sitting there working on a keyboard all day, or just like, I mean, using a keyboard for work, not like working on one like this, it just feels nice, man. It's just an extra little thing that makes you like enjoy, like want to work, and having your own little build that's like your own personality, a little bit of you know, personal expression. Light colors or dark colors if you want to brighten up your desk, or just, you know, add some warmer tones to it, whatever you want to do. Just, you know, it's nice to take that extra step. I was joking around with one of my buddies at work who was joking about that, because he's like, yeah, you know, it's probably not like an insane amount of difference. And I was like, I mean, it is, though. It's just kind of like, because he was coming from a point of view where he's like, yeah, it's not necessary. And I'm like, yeah, but I mean, that's how, you know, almost literally everything is. I mean, even something like cooking or something. Like, could you just eat instant ramen every night? Yeah, you know. Could you just eat, like instant mac and cheese every night and like cereal, every day or something like that? Yeah. But, some people like to, prep things nicely and cook, fancier things and try to personalize their dishes and do little things that like they like and experiment, with it. Like, it's just similar stuff like that. And fashion was a big one too that we were comparing it to. I was like, yeah, man, I can just wear a plain white T-shirt every day if I wanted to, but there's a reason that people have a bunch of different clothes that they wear every day. It's just your own personal preference. It's a little bit of your personality and just expression, and just a good feeling. So it's interesting to see this start to get more popular, and hopefully more people start giving stuff like this a try, because back when I was first getting into it, I just bought like a $200 Razer keyboard. It was the first keyboard I ever bought. I used like basically until my old desktop computer finally crapped out on me after like over a decade of using it. I was looking into like new peripherals and stuff when I was just doing a whole new computer build. I think that was in 2019. And I had like I got a little excited buying stuff because I just like never bought in computer stuff. Like the mouse, I was literally using like the old stock mouse still, the one that like says Microsoft on it. So I went a little ham and I bought that Razer. I think it was the Huntsman for $200, and it's a really nice keyboard. I don't have too many issues with it, but it was just really loud. And when I was looking around at anodized aluminum stuff, just from some arcade things that I do, I stumbled across some videos about like keyboard bodies that were anodized aluminum, which is like just like one of my favorite things. Like, I love the look of anodized aluminum. It's just like I really enjoy it quite a bit. And yeah, I just tried it out and I was like, wow, this is like I was like embarrassed, like not realizing like how much farther like the quality scale went from like a Razer, because I thought that was just like the top of the line. And I was like, oh, this is like not really that great. It's just looks nice and has a lot of cool features. It's been really interesting messing with all these different form factors too, because I don't know, I never use the numpad for anything. I honestly don't even believe people who say that they use it all the time, unless you're like, I don't know, like my parents are accountants, and I could see that if you're doing something like calculating numbers literally for your job like all day. But I don't think most people use it. Really don't. Trying out these 60s was interesting because I was wondering how it was going to be not having arrow keys, but after using it I realized, I was like, there's never a time when I have to like use arrow keys extremely quickly. Like, I'm never like, oh god, if I can't like click right arrow in like half a second, it's gonna be like a big huge deal or something. It's just I click function, and then just like I'm used to with gaming, WASD or up, down, left, and right, and it's just really easy. So that's what's going to be interesting with that D60 that I'm getting, because it's also a 60% build, but I'm getting it in that HHKB layout, the Happy Hacker keyboard layout. So the idea of that is just you never have to move your hand, and the way that like the backspace and shift and tab and stuff and all of that is set up, with also where your function key is, you just have access to everything like at resting position. which is the idea of these smaller keyboards, which is what I'm so excited to try, that 50% one, that one that doesn't even have numbers. That's what I'm getting on Tuesday. It's a small little board that basically stops right here at Q. So this whole top row would also be gone. But that one does have a little cluster of arrows, which is also pretty nice. So that's kind of like the only negative thing that some people just can't deal with, is not having the arrow keys. So that's why this one's like my little dream board, because it has those arrow keys. Then all this other stuff you could just function to, like I'm never gonna have to like type a number extremely fast. I can sit there and just function, this, because it's gonna be like you still have to click the keys the same way that you would like if they were there. I'm just having to take literally like one extra second to click a function key. It's like, I don't know, some people try to make it a bigger deal than it is, and I don't know, I think some people might not even realize that, and I think they might think that you're literally just sacrificing that in a way of like, I just am not going to have those buttons and not use them to have a smaller form factor, which it's not that. You still have those buttons. It's about not having to move your hands to stretch to hit them. That's what the idea is behind it. To have access to everything from resting position. Okay, that is good for this one. Catching myself rambling. I need to speed up, definitely, for sure. I should have already been done with probably literally all of these by now. So I need to speed way up. Clip this one in. Oh God. As I just do it upside down. There we go. Oh wait, did I get it in there? Did it? I don't think this one correctly got in there. No, this side didn't get in there right. Hold on. This is definitely probably the most important thing though that you're going to be doing, like I was saying. So you want to on this like level of a build, so you want to make sure that you get this part right. So there we go. Clip it in. Why does it seem like that's not getting in there right? What the heck? Hold on, it's somehow getting in the wrong hole. That must be slipping up when I'm pushing it in. Ah, okay, hold on. Okay. Oh, I put this part in backwards. That is what's going on. Boop. See, the part with the two holes is the one that is facing out that you're pushing into. The other side only has one hole, so it just wasn't lining up correctly. And now this should be good. Almost went upside down again. And then, cool. All right, we can see the wire. So one down. Okay, let me speed things up here. I'm not even going to use that little holder. I'm just going to kind of get through this. It's pretty quick after this, though. It's a pretty quick build. It's just literally opening the case, putting the gasket mounts on, and screwing in. I think it's supposed to have like foam and stuff. Need to make sure that that isn't like in a box if I didn't see that in there. Maybe it's inside the case. But it should have like a silicone dampening thing, and then also for the body, like for the bottom, and then it should have a foam thing for the PCB plate from what I saw from other builds, and I think from what the website said is included in it. Okay. That's all done. Pretty sure we already got this piece. Okay, yeah, this is already lubed up. Wire. I'm just gonna kind of do the same thing and use this cap. No, that didn't get enough of it. And it's also just that this is like one of the only things I can use this lube for, and I have a giant tube of it, so might as well use this dielectric grease for the wires since we can. But have enough of the 205 to definitely use it on the stabs and everything like that. I think it's worth it. The newest cross-up hitbox. I'm wondering if I could make like some kind of a funny little like keyboard design with some kind of like custom PCB that just like only has like 8 keys on it or something like that for just like the buttons and like some like WASD setup type thing. Or even just like a standalone thing like that would be funny, because they make like arrow clusters that are like standalone. So it's just like a tiny little pad that's just literally just up, down, left, and right. And you can have that on its own like plugged in. So I wonder what it would be like to just have something like that and then like 8 little keys on the side to use as your punch and kicks. Like a split box type thing. That'd be interesting. It's funny how much overlap there really is though between arcade stuff and this keyboard stuff. As you see my dog just itching herself in the background. Hey, cut it out. Blue. Blue. My poor little itchy doggo who has a bunch of allergies. I need to go get her some more Apoquil. I need to go get her some more medicine. Other than that, tonight is definitely her fancy bath night, where she's going to get her little medicated shampoo bath, which helps quite a bit. Trying to have a chill day with her. I don't know what happened. Like, we took a big long nap earlier, and then I took her outside to walk around, and she just like threw up, but like didn't act sick or like even make any noise. Like, it just kind of like fell out of her mouth. It was weird. I think I just like might have woken her up too fast. Because she was still passed out, and I just kind of picked her up, and I was like, hey, let's go outside, because I'm going to go get a coffee before I start this stream. Hope everyone's chilling tonight, though. Just trying to wait until they. I was going to do this earlier in the morning, but I thought it would be kind of nice to have it be like a little winding down, chill, a little bit later Sunday stream. Give some people a chance to check it out. Definitely going to be doing a lot more of these keyboard streams, though. Quite a bit of them. I just have so much stuff to build. Like, I already have another keyboard literally sitting on the coffee table behind me that I'm going to put together as well. That's going to be one. Oh, yeah, she's good. She's my little ride or die pup. Looks like she's got a little spot on her tummy, though, that's giving her some issues. So I'm going to help her out with that really quick. Because we've been doing a good job. I've been staying on top of her. It's been one of the nicest parts about COVID is not having to leave her alone that much. Because sometimes if I do, she will just like scratch herself raw. And been doing a good job of avoiding that. So I want to keep her looking fresh and nice. Pop this side in, and then I'm gonna go wrap her in a little blankie. Pupperito. Oh my gosh, I did the same thing. How did I do that again? Is there something that's tripping me out with I almost just sat there and wasted 5 minutes again on that, putting it in backwards. I don't know why I just did that 2 times in a row. That was weird. Get in there, wire. Oh, no, I had it. Dang it. There we go. Yeah, alright. Boop. One side of that one down. How does that just like seem off? It seems so weird. I don't know why I don't know why it seems like that. Maybe it's just because I only have one side of it on. Okay, let's get another one of these lubed up real quick. Oh wait, before that, I almost forgot to. Oh yeah, see, she just wants to gain some blankets. She's trying to bury herself. Hold on, let me help her out. Alright. She's entering blankie pup mode. Blankie pup. Burrito pup. Pup in a blanket. Cool. The 2 holes this way. There we go. If I did that wrong a 3rd time, I would have been mad at myself. You have any custom keys yourself, man? Any custom keyboards? Just a master of coolness. I've got some stick builds I need to do as well that I've been lazy about. I just had some of this keyboard stuff pile up, so I wanted to get it out of the way. It kind of started when I did that Brutal 60 because, man, I let that just sit there for like almost a year. Actually, it might have been over a year. I just kind of let that case sit there and I didn't build it. Mainly because I was waiting on some keycaps from a group buy, but I was still a little lazy when they came in. Alright, ouch, my little finger just started hurting. Move this to not get confused. Oh, nice, man. Yeah, I just, that last stick that I got was, that faux hammer one, and I think I might have one more on the way. But yeah, I have some cool ones I need to do, man. I have an IL bomber from Botero, and I did a little order with him where we cut some carbon fiber tops for some builds we were doing. So that one has a carbon fiber top, which is going to be pretty sweet. And I got that new retro stack from Arcade Shock for it, so it'll have the UFB and it'll be like dual modded for everything. And then that's what I'm gonna toss those Sun Mullen buttons in, and that optic IL lever from Botero. So that's gonna be a sweet little build. Yeah, it's a lot of shit in one build, right? But I wanted that one to be special, so it's going to be like a black, like murdered out bomber, so match those Sun Mullen buttons. But the carbon fiber top panel is sweet, man. That was expensive. Like, you know, some people will be like, that's silly to get a top that's like as much as like some people's entire sticks. But it'll be nice. It'll be fun quality in the end. Why isn't this going in right? Oh god, I'm doing it backwards again. Dang it. What in the heck is going on? Okay, oh, there we go. That's what was going on. There we go, got it. God, these ones are stubborn. Just all spoiled and used to those Duroc V2 Stabilizers. Okay, but that's in there correctly. In there correctly. Alright. Another one down. So we should just need to do 3 more. I'll do all 4 of those though, because I'm not sure which space bar that I need. Or actually, let me just see that here. Is that this longer one? Yeah, that seems like this one. So maybe we won't need this shorter one, but we'll prepare it just in case. Might as well. Normally though I would do stuff like this pre-stream. That's what I did with that last build to try to save some time. I did just want to one time though to show like opening up an easy build like this and doing it all at once. The main reason I did that on the other one was I lubed all of those switches as well that went into here. I lubed all of the hippo switches, and that itself took around like 5 or 6 hours. I was just kind of like goofing around as well while I was doing it. I wasn't just sitting there trying to get through it as quickly as possible. Oh, the sun mullen buttons, they seem pretty sweet, man. Yeah, they're very clicky. I haven't like used them yet just because I've been lazy with finalizing that build. But I have that, and then I have that bomber build that I'm gonna do that uses his Buttercade buttons, and then that I have one of those Buttercade Sanjugs V3s, and I'm doing a whole little build with that. He's giving me that AFS body that he had, so it's going to be like the body from AFS with the bomber top and bottom. And then I was going to try to do some art, some JXK art, of like the Coca-Cola polar bears. Yeah, it's gonna be sick. So I've got a couple of cool builds coming, stick wise as well. I'm definitely always staying busy on that front. Got a couple of little things too that I need to do. Like I bought that blue wrap-in hitbox from somebody in the group, and I bought some new buttons that I need to put on it. I got those like concave button plunger things that I wanted to try out. So I got some like translucent blue and smoke stuff to match that case. And I need to put those new buttons on that bad boy. And just got those purple V6s in, so gonna need to do something with those guys. Nice. Yeah, I've heard mixed things about them. I've heard mostly good things, and I heard like I guess that's not really too much of mix, but I heard like one guy mention he had an issue with them. But yeah, it sounded like he did something weird with the setup, or like he didn't set something up right, and like it was the rim was fucking up something. I don't know that, or maybe he just had some like dirty buttons. But I think it was a similar thing like that where he said some of them were sticking or something like that. I was like, I don't know, man. Did you try like washing it and cleaning it? But I mean, I'm sure you did. I just don't think he did. Yeah, I think that's all. I think it's what it was. It's just like a sticky button. I don't think it was the necessarily the plunger. It was probably just like emphasized because it was like brand new, so it was kind of showing, probably feeling the effects of that, you know, as much as you possibly could. Oh my god, I keep missing the hole. Get in your hole. Are you too good for your home? There we go. Snap it in. Alright. Cool beans, cool beans. Doing a good job of keeping everything on this mat. Don't want to get anything on the desk mat. It's funny though, I mean, that's exactly why I'm changing out these buttons on this one, because they're just kind of like, you know, kind of shitty buttons. Like they're normal buttons, but you can just tell that they're really old and were just like extra, like buttons he had on hand that he just tossed in there when he did that conversion kit thing. They work and everything, they're just like not the best feeling. So I was like, fuck it, let's just try something new. That's what I try to do with all those builds. Like, same thing as I'm doing here is I try to be trying new parts and doing new things. I'm not really going to be building like the same thing multiple times. There's not really any point in that. Oh, thank you for that. Oh no, I think I have my freaking notifications not showing up, but I appreciate that. I forgot about that. I need to push that up because I have them. I think that they're just too far down. Hold on. Like, yeah, I probably need to pop that up at the top again there. Maybe push this over here. Oh wait, actually, yeah, aren't we supposed to have like a chat box? Why isn't it showing? Is it just because I have it too far down? Well, I wonder why that isn't showing up. But yeah, my chat box isn't popping up. I just realized that because I'm reading it just on the side here, but it's not like appearing on my screen. Oh well. Now is definitely not the time to figure that out. I'll do that later. Appreciate the follow though. I see you there. Noise still went off. It was just that layer was like pushed really far down, I think. So all this, I think it played. It's just all these, the images of like my screen and cams and stuff were on top of it, I think. Okay, so we'll move in here. Boop, 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 boop. Appreciate that. Any kind of follows? Oh, dang. Okay. I don't think anybody's subscribed before, so I appreciate that. Heck yeah. Oh, wow. People are subscribing. Okay. Alright. I appreciate that, guys. At least I can see that little notification popping up now. It looked kind of janky, but I'll have to edit that. Oh, okay, no, now the chat's popping up too as well. I guess it just disappears after a little bit and doesn't stay there. Okay, cool. I just had those layers pushed down. Alrighty. Make sure I got that good there. Yeah. I'm not really worried about avoiding getting it on my fingers right now. I'm just going to get through this because it's taking a little bit. Then I'll wash my hands before we proceed to the PCB and stuff. Okay. Get this wire globbed up. The glob life. Okay. Oop. Oh god, I always accidentally pull my hands too far back because I forget that that camera doesn't go back that far. Which is why I'm glad I got that little face cam going, so you can at least see something when I do crap like that. There we go. God, I don't know why it's been so hard to get that in there. No, as I popped it out. There we go. Gotcha. Boom. Alright, 3 of those down. Copy zip. Vape life. Okay. So, just a couple more of these to go. Okie dokie. Last couple here. Wait. Oh wait, no. Okay, there's enough. Thought I was missing a piece there for a second. I was like, no. Oh, this is gonna look so sweet though. Okay. Because I've been trying to find a lot of like different options for fully matching stabs, and there's just not that many. So I like that this company makes matching ones for their kits. That's pretty sweet. And luckily, most of these days, this all this newer stuff kind of comes just ready to go. You don't have to do any of like the old school stuff where you have to like snip like pieces of the plastic off and snip the legs off and even things out. Which is nice that these companies pay attention to what people are doing, and they're like, oh, well, I mean, it makes sense from their side of things too. They're like, might as well not like waste any bit of tiny cost making that piece of that part if people are just gonna clip it off. super tiny cost. I bet like it's probably like super extremely like minute, the difference that would make, I guess, in your overall cost, but I'm sure that it adds up like in the long run when you're just doing thousands and thousands of these bad boys. Hey, you gotta cheer. I don't think that's ever happened before either. Yeah, definitely if anybody is watching that ever gets interested in any of these builds, just peep at me about them. Just hit me up because some of these I will be selling. So if anybody is like, hey, that looks interesting. Just let your boy know. Oh yeah, but gosh, I forgot I didn't even finish my thought earlier. The reason that I was wanting to like go through this whole process and show this every time was I lubed all of those switches like I said, but these Kiwis, I kept watching reviews on them and people lubing them and then doing stock because this is a switch. There are some switches like this one that come pre-lubed from the factory, and it's usually just not that great whenever they do that, but this one is luckily one where they do a good job with it. And like all the reviews that I saw were just like, yeah, you kind of just should just leave it. They said like if I wasn't like doing this video for a sound test, I would have just left it. And some of them even just said that they wish that they could go back and just have it be the way that it was because it sounded nice. So I'm going to try them out stock at first because they do, I mean, I was clicking on them and they sound really nice. That does sound like a nice little thin factory lube job, whatever they did put in there. Because these are tactile switches. So going to be a little different than those linear ones that I did the other day, the Hippos. So these ones will sound a little clackier and be a little more high pitched, but they should be pretty dang smooth. So it's going to sound and feel really nice in the end. Okay. Well, yeah, just let me know. I mean, this will be sitting here for a little bit. I'm doing a couple of other like full things to have like a big old matching set for this. Like I have a like a little kit for a cable that I'm gonna make for it. That's gonna have a it's like neon green Tech Flex like on the outside to match, and then the inside I think I'm trying like a mint colored like paracord wire. That doesn't seem right. Oh no, it's right. It's just because the other side isn't in there. So I'm gonna see how that looks because I didn't want to just be like overly bright where it just like looks kind of dumb. But I've got that, like I already have that here, so I'm just waiting to do that. And then I do have a like dark green resin wrist rest coming in for it to have like a full matching setup with like a custom body, that green custom body with the green matching switches, the matching wrist rest, and then a matching cable to be a little bit better than that black one that they have there. So whenever I complete all of that, I will put that up for sale and be like, hey, here's a little translucent RGB matching green board. You just want to be MLG as fuck about it. That's hilarious too that these wires match as well. These green wires look really nice too. Very pleased with how all this is going to look in the end. Can't wait to hear how it sounds because it should sound good. Oh wait, I did the wire without having this ready. It should sound pretty good. Like, and a lot of people have been comparing this to the NK65, which is a little outdated design-wise now, even though it has like a kind of a deeper sound still. So some people prefer that sound, but even those people that prefer that sound were reviewing saying that even if it sounded a bit better to them, that this board that we're putting together had a better typing experience, which ultimately is what I care about most. The sound is like cool to get a cool sound that you like. That's why I tried these hippo switches. I've been specifically going for, like personally for myself, like a deeper tone. So I really like how those turned out. But yeah, I definitely go for first feel, and then second aesthetic, and then third is sound, which I think is crazy to some people. I think a lot of people would be sound number one. But maybe it's just because I'm not like super big on like tactile switches. I haven't tried that many of them. I do have some though that I'm about to try. That Adeli board that's coming in. I have those new Penguin switches that I'm gonna lube with some. I don't know if I'm gonna use 3203 or 3204 to lube those up, but I'm gonna lube those up to put that in the Adeli and then have like a full. Because that keyboard is, that's why it's named the Adeli. It's modeled after the Adeli Penguins. Because it's just a tiny little board. And so that's going to be like a full penguin matching theme. And then other than that, I have those salmon switches. And then I don't think I have any other tactiles other than like these ones. Oh wait, no, yeah, I have those cerulean switches from Canon Keys. So I'm going to try those. I might put those in that Savage 65 build. But we'll see what I end up doing, because that's going to be a solder build, so whatever I put in there I'm probably never going to take out, so I need to choose wisely. Okay, now this side's already ready to go. Get you in there. Oh, that went right in. Okay, got lucky that time. Alright, that one went right in. Cooperated nicely. Okay. Yeah, I definitely have some linear ones to try too. I have those Husky switches, which seem really nice. And then from these same dudes, I did order some tangerines as well as some extra kiwis, because I'm probably going to sell these ones, so I wanted to have some for myself as well, because they are pretty nice. I do like them after getting them and checking them out, because these are a lot of people's favorite switches, so it's just like kind of a nice little bonus that they look really cool with the greenhousing. And their tangerines are kind of just the linear version of those ones that are kind of the same, but they're just orange like a tangerine. And a lot of people like really praise those, so I can't wait to try those. That's actually going to be really fun when those come in. They like just did a restock of those a couple of days ago, and I snagged some because they sell out pretty fast. Yeah, people probably do make DIY pads and stuff. I know that there's already like some little like kits that you can buy for like rhythm games and stuff like that are just like a couple of keys. That'd be funny though. I was saying it would be funny to make like a like an arrow cluster that you could have on the side of just like a WASD thing, and then like another separate thing plugged in that's just like 8 keys or something like that. So you can kind of have like a split mix box. Yeah, there's a lot of crossover in between this arcade and keyboard stuff, which was, kind of how I wound up here. But it's been fun getting this little company started, and everything's kind of falling together nicely. And then there's some keyboard meetups in town, so I'll be able to like have keyboards to take to those and stuff like that. And just kind of dweeb out with people at coffee shops about keyboards. While other people look at us and go, what the fuck are those dweebs doing? All these people are meeting up in public and pulling keyboards out and just like looking at each other's keyboards that are just like sitting on the table. I haven't gone to one yet myself, but I bet that does happen where people come up and they're like, what the hell are you guys doing? Probably for now, just like sourcing parts and then doing our own designs. But it's kind of like you'll do like a group buy, where like that's what like we've already like designed like a keycap set that we're gonna do, and you just kind of do an interest check with people to say like, hey, like we're gonna do this. Do you like? Would you guys want it? And then if like enough people vote and say like, yeah, like we'd pick that up, then you can run it and sell it, because you basically have to like make a lot of them to do a run. You can't just make like one set, so you have to do like a group buy and then have that company that makes them make you a shitload, and then they send them to you, and then you send them out to the people that bought it on the group buy. That's kind of how this stuff goes, so you can kind of pay for the cost of the materials. It's going to be a Mega Man themed set, so it's going to be sweet. I called it the Maverick. And it'll be blue, of course, because blue is just my favorite color, but it is going to be themed around Mega Man. Oh, wait, no, there isn't enough for both, so you have to choose which one you're doing. Okay. Well, I mean, the positive side of that is the end of us having to do that. Oh shoot, which one is it going to be then? It's got to be this longer one, right? Does it say which one to use? Okay, but yeah, it's going to have all this stuff in it. It's going to have a piece of silicone dampening and a foam for the plate, the PCB, and then the plate. So this should be pretty straightforward once we get it all open here. We'll just want to make sure we've got all those standoffs. Okay. Does it mention which spacebar you got to use here? I guess maybe it doesn't matter. And the 7 might just go out to here or something? Cause yeah, this has got to be like that would be too long, wouldn't it? So maybe it is this one. I'm not sure which one it is. I'm gonna try the longer one, and then if that's wrong, I'll just snap these thingies off and put them on the other one. It's no big deal. No need to waste too much time on that. Okay, let's do this one here. That's interesting though that they give you, I guess that makes sense because you can't use both of these at the same time. You can only use one of them, so it's a little frustrating because that's probably not gonna, that probably wouldn't break the bank for them to put one more set of these in there, so you could just have it ready to go to switch out if you wanted and not have to, you know, disassemble crap to put on something else. But whatever, it is what it is. It is what it is. Quasi Capcom design. Capcom. Yeah, so trying to figure out what kind of a board I want to do. I've been kind of thinking about, just because it would be fun and cheap as well, as doing some kind of like stacked acrylic thing. So it's just like layers of acrylic, of just like normal, just sheets of it, like stacked up on each other. So we might be able to do something like that pretty cheap, and like actually just like do like a test run without having to wait and like send a design to someone who's like in China who's gonna just like make us a bunch of bodies or something, and then send them to us and hope that they're good. Doing like something like that with the acrylic might just let me do it with like a buddy and just test stuff out and see if it looks good, because I figured a blue acrylic thing might look cool with that, some kind of frosted blue acrylic. Resin stuff is really cool. Yeah, that's what I have. That's what my wrist rest is made out of here. I've got like I was saying, I've got a green one on the way as well to match this little build that we're putting together right now. But resin stuff is really cool. They do full resin bodies as well, and they do make a lot of resin keycaps also. Oh gosh, they're doing a set too that I really want to get in on. I might try to sell a couple things to have some extra money to do it, but they're doing a full set of there's this color, there's this like kind of a classic color wave that a lot of people like called Olivia, and they're doing it in anodized aluminum. So every single keycap is a little like cut like machine like piece of anodized aluminum. So I really want to get that, because that's just like not something that you ever see, and I just kind of like want to experience what that's like. Like I want to not only like feel that, I want to hear how it sounds and stuff. And it also is, of course, just going to look really nice. You know, you put that on some crazy aluminum keyboard, and then you just have a full like anodized aluminum build, which is pretty crazy. But they're obviously expensive. I think it's like a $350 set of keycaps. So I'd have to try to make some moolah to jump in on those. Yeah, they are not cheap. It's a big old set of keycaps though. It's a lot of, because it's for like a full size kit. So it is quite a bit of metal that you're getting there. And I'm sure it costs a lot to have to like cut little pieces like that. so here we go. Okay, cool. I'll snap this on and then go wash my hands really quick to make sure I'm not getting any lube and crap like that on the PCB. I probably should in the future put like a little piece of foam down over the top of this like I normally do when I do this to maybe avoid getting lube on this mat, although I don't think it matters too much. Ooh, but like I was saying, this was going to be the longest part of this was this. It definitely shouldn't normally take this long. Like, I think some people could have been done with the full build by now. I've just kind of been rambling a little bit and talking. Almost there, though. Oh, I'm just like barely not in screen. Okay. Big chilling. Yeah, that's all this is about. Just chilling out. Some Sunday chilling. I was going to do this last night, but then I thought it would just be nice to get the face cam going, so I started editing stuff and figuring out like how to get it on there, and then it was a little too late last night to start because I just know how long it takes, so I didn't want to be like finishing at like 3 in the morning because there wouldn't be anybody watching at that time. Alright, let's get this last one in here. Ooh, nice, that went right in. And then make sure I get it the right way around. Alright. Cool beans. Okay. So we've got all of these done ski. Alright, so don't need you anymore for the rest of the night. Let's get this grease out of here. It was funny, I was, God, I think I still see some on my freaking hat. I was out earlier and somebody was like, oh yeah, you got something there. And I was like, oh dang, it's some lube, thanks. I started like wiping it off and they were like, what the fuck, lube? I didn't even think about it until like I was walking out. I was like, oh, they probably had no idea what I meant by lube when I was like, oh thanks, that's just some like lube on my hat. What the fuck, how's this kid getting lube on his hat? Oh, but I will just be right back for a second. I'm just gonna go wash my hands. And I'll be right back to it. All right, washed. Grab this guy. Because we're gonna need the PCB out, or God, how should I do this? Because we're also not gonna need any more lube, so let me just get that out of the way. Just to be safe, I'm gonna grab a piece of foam. Hold on, I've got one over here. Put the PCB on top of this guy. There's no dust or anything on here. Alright. Cool beans. So let's get this out. Alright, so now we're gonna have to take it apart like it was saying. Case back there. Let's get back up here to the top. Okay, that's just saying what's coming in it. Okay, so remove 9 screws from the bottom. As we turn it over and just hear a bunch of stuff rattling around, which is not the best sign. Let's see which one of these we can use. So we'll leave all these case screws together. Just kind of like a drummer habit too, with like tension I try to go like opposite corners. So you're not just leaving all the tension on one side of things and like, I don't know, could maybe bend and warp stuff, which is what you're trying to avoid with drum heads. You want all the tension to be smooth across the head. So I try to crisscross applesauce. And then, oh wow, this one on the bottom is by itself. Okay, doesn't have one paired up top with it. Alright. It's a cool little green color though. I'm not like a big green guy, but I like how it's like kind of a lighter green. which will complement the switches really nicely because they're kind of like a darker green. So it'll look pretty rad together, I think. Here, I guess I'll stay true to what I'm saying and keep crisscrossing. Okay. Even tension. Should just put this last one here. Okay. Take out the top and bottom case. Okay, so yeah, so this is the, like I was saying, the gasket portions here. So you can see they kind of like pop up. And each of these little sections is going to have a piece of like a little strip of like soft stuff on it. And then that's on the same thing on the other side as well. Oh, it's already actually in there. Nice. So you can actually like see, like I'm saying, that yeah, it's already in there with on that side. So you just add them on here, and then they kind of just like will sandwich on top of each other. So here's the silicone part. That's pretty sweet. This is why I'm thinking it's going to sound and feel nice, because this also comes with silicone and foam, which is pretty nice. But okay, so I'll put this down here so I can use my mouse, make sure I'm not missing anything. Part. So it's, oh my gosh, where did that just fall to? Oof, okay, luckily found both of those. I have no idea what screws those are. I don't think there's supposed to be any loose screws, so that's kind of a weird sign. So get this out, like it's saying, take off the top and the bottom. So bam, top and bottom are gone. Put these guys on the side over here for a second. And let's see, like I wonder if those were the standoffs? Like what was that just fell out? Like I got those screws right there, but what was it for? I really hope that one socket is okay that had that loose screw like fell into the middle of it. Hope it's alright. Okay. So I think it was just like the bottom sides of these little standoff screws. Because, yeah, they seem like the same screws. Let's see, are there any other ones over here? So unscrew the standoffs and screws that are holding together the plate. Feels like there's still something holding it. Oh, no. Maybe not, or maybe there is. Let's see here. Yeah, one right here. Oh, okay, yeah, there is one right there. Right in the middle. I'd say that's the main thing when you're doing like any of these builds, is you just gotta be really delicate and patient. You don't want to be pulling on stuff and okay, so here's a standoff, and then here's the one missing one, so that all adds up because that goes there and that goes there. Okay, cool, so that makes sense. Wait, where did that second one go that I just had in my hands? I just dropped it. Oof, the heck did I drop it right there? Alright. Are all of these other ones going to come out as well? Probably are. I don't want stuff to fall out on accident on me, so I am gonna unscrew these guys as well, because the standoffs are optional, but I definitely am going to use them because I want that little bit of extra space and flex. Like, that's the whole point of what I'm trying to experiment with here. Oh, luckily I saw that with my eyeballs. Because that did not make a sound, but I dropped a little tiny piece. Alright, let's get that in there. Alright, yeah, let me scoot up a little bit so that doesn't keep happening. Okay. Okay, that's the last piece here. And standoff. Okay, so we have removed our standoffs. Okay, so let's make sure we have all of those. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, cool. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Exactly. Okay, cool. That is exactly what we have right there, so that is good. Those aren't going to go anywhere. Take apart the PCB, felt mat and plate. Okay, now we're putting on our stabilizers. Cool. Just need to assemble and attach piston. Oh god, it does say right here 6.25. God dang it. And we used the long one, didn't we? Son of a bitch. Why would they even include that then? If the instructions straight up just say 6.25, why is there a 7 in here? Oh well. So I am gonna have to lube these real fast. Or just the wire side. We'll do this part quick. I was looking for that earlier and I couldn't find it, and then it was just right there. So it does say it used the 6.25. So that's just me not reading ahead of time. Just get this lubed up and we'll switch that out. But then luckily this should be pretty quick. After that it should be basically be putting the plate on and then reattaching like that, like the felt and the plate to the PCB, and then just popping in the switches and then just screwing it back together. That should, I mean, we're pretty close to the end here. Funny enough, with a build like this, it's usually, you could probably like speed build something like this if you weren't sitting here taking your time like myself. Like, definitely in the amount of time we've been chilling here, you could have already built like something like this normally. Which is just what I like to show people, like that it's really not that bad. This one has a little bit more screws and stuff like that, but that's why this last one was so fun, man. No screws, you just push that in there, the big old rubber band. Ooh, I can't wait to feel what this little gasket mount typing experience is like, though. I bet it's going to feel really nice. So let's get this guy out of here. Let's get this first dude going. Alright, boom. Whoa! I just accidentally ruined the PCB. Trying to get the fucking spacebar stabilizer going. No, they're not messing with me. They put it there. I just didn't freaking read it. I don't know how I missed that earlier because I literally scrolled down trying to look to see if they mentioned that anywhere. I probably should have controlled the F and just searched for the word spacebar. Instead of just doing like a half-second scan of random scrolling. But whatever. At least I was smart enough to put a hat on to keep my hair out of my face. Coffee sip. All right. Oh yay! All right, went right in. Boop. So now we've got that ready. We've got the 6.25 going. That should be what we are about to do. Right, smell. So we're going to be using these guys now. Okay, oh yeah, so this is just walking you through how to snap everything in. So it goes in the pop hole. Yeah, this is just showing you how to attach those to the PCB. Okay. So, like it's mentioning, there will be like a bigger side that the clip part goes into. You'll hear a little like snap usually, but those kind of just sit in there nice. Okay. Oh, wow. Okay. Well, I hope that those hold good. They should, but I think that actually feels really snug. Okay, nice. And then we're just gonna, on the other side, you screw them in. Like I think it showed it there. Like this, yeah, this is what it's gonna look like on the bottom side there. So just a screw for each part. Oop. With one of these little pieces to avoid metal to metal. And then, so you'll see that just that one part of it is just kind of clipped in there. And then the other part you just screw in, and then that holds the stabilizer to the PCB, which is just really secure and snug. You're not gonna have to deal with this guy popping around on you. Oh gosh. As I go to all that trouble and then drop the screw off. Ooh, getting these little thingies on is tedious, but it is worth it to get it screwed on there the best you possibly can. There we go. Alright. And then boom, then you are all set. So we just got to go around and do that to all the stabs real quick. I feel like this isn't snapped in all the way. Okay, there we go. Now it's snapped in all the way. This guy, boop. Ooh, I need a little magnetized screwdriver. I only have a big one. That doesn't work for stuff like this. I need to get a tiny one. There we go. So first stab is good. Alright. Ooh, that wire. I probably should have made sure it was super even before, but I don't usually go to that trouble. Sometimes these wires are a little bent, so you'll see people like lay the wires out like on a flat surface, like a phone or something like that, and then they'll like bend it a little bit and get it like perfectly straight, but it'll be fine. I never have really done that before, so the main thing you want to take notice of, I guess, like you'll be looking like, how do I coordinate this with my screen? Like down here, beep, 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 you'll see like the picture of the standoffs. You just, the other ones are opposite of the space bar, so some people might mess that up. You just want to make sure that the clips are going in the big hole, and then you're going to be screwing into the small hole. Oh, this is going to look so nice with matching stabs. I'm so glad that they included this. Okay. All right. I hope these don't have issues with popping out though, because those, I mean, they're in there pretty far. So hopefully those clips don't have any issues, but they just, like other clip-in stabs, you hear them like snap in there. Did that bring this one all the way down? I think so. I think we're good there. Alright, so there's that one. A couple more here. Oh, wait, why did it give us this extra one? What is this for? How many did it say that I used up here? Oh yeah, it says it only uses 3. I guess they just give you an extra one just in case. For left shift, right shift, and or I mean enter, not right shift, and backspace. Okay, whatever. We'll just keep going here. So not this one, not that one, but up here. Should be the screw ends going this way. These guys are right here above that. Is there nowhere else that I can put this guy? Just want to make sure. How weird. I wonder why they give you an extra one of those. Oh well though, I'm just gonna keep following the instructions. Not gonna try to waste too much time on that. Just wondering random things that don't matter. Okay. Whoa. Okay, screw that side of there. As you can see, you don't need to be the most technical person to put these together. It's just screwing in a couple of pieces, so really nothing too intense. Make sure those are nice and tight, nice and snug. Okay, there, those snapped in a little bit that time. And then something else you want to do, like while you're right here at this point already, or actually that'll probably just be the next step in the instructions. But you want to test out your stabs like while you're here by just putting like a little switch on there with the keycap just for that one spot to make sure that you got it the way that you wanted it, that there's no rattle and stuff, because like with the other stuff, it's just if you don't, you just are those all extras? Why do I have so many extras of those? There's not even enough screws for how many of those I have. It looks like I'm missing a black screw. That's not good. I hope one didn't fall down somewhere that I just didn't notice. Whatever, if I get to something and I don't have a screw, then I'll know, I guess, right? But yeah, what I was saying is you just want to make sure your stabs are good right now, and then if not, you have to take them, you know, yeah, you'd have to unscrew them, take them off, and then re-lube them like I just did, which is why, as I was mentioning before, I take my time on that because I don't like to do stuff like that and to go backwards. Essentially, this foam will go over everything like such. I'm gonna do that really quick, like I mentioned, and just test all of this out here. Or actually, I mean, I guess I can just start by putting, yeah, okay. That's literally the next step is, yeah. Okay, so So the screws or the standoffs are on the top. Okay. Screw the standoffs onto the PCB, the standoffs. Okay, so first, as I'm getting ahead of myself here, we will screw these standoffs on. Put the felt pad on PCB and put it under that. Because I think the PCB or the plate should match up with the standoffs, I believe. So let's see if that is correct. Just want to make sure that's nice and tight so that that's not on the straight, but doesn't freaking just wiggle and fall out like when we open this case up, man. I should really make sure that that is secure before that. Some people might even lose screws and not realize it. So now standoff right here. Boom. It's so funny how close we are to the end now. When like all of that was just doing these freaking stabs. So stupid. Stupid, stupid stabs. If only they could just find a way to make those just be good and not have to do all of that crap. That'd be a godsend. Whoever figures that out is gonna sell all the stock, all of it. They're gonna make all the monies. But somebody will eventually. I mean, it's already gotten better with the pre-cut off stabs and everything, like I was mentioning, where you don't have to do all of that crazy clipping and self-modding first. So let's see, so that's 1, 2, 3. So I've only put in 3, right? Okay, yeah, and then 4, and then 5. So that should be right. There should be 5 of them. Okay, cool. So here. I wonder why people would not use the standoffs. I wonder, I guess maybe it's got more flex if you don't, because it doesn't have anything like holding it up, so maybe it just pushes down more. I don't know. I want to try it with standoffs though, so I'm gonna try it with standoffs. Boop. The heck? I don't know what piece of little plastic that is. But I don't want to lose it. Alright. And then the last one down here. Okay, cool. Oh. Alright, standoffs are in. Cool. So it even mentions that. It's like, be careful not to drop anything. It's like, that's gonna happen way before this point if stuff is falling out from that. They should put that up at the very top. Because I didn't know and stuff just started falling out of my case. Okay. So let's see here. Okay, so yeah, we just need to screw it back onto the top. Put all the switches in, and then we're good to go. Just screw the top and bottom together with the silicone on it. This is a very easy build. This is nice. Okay. Especially if you have switches that don't need lubing and stuff like I'm using tonight. It's a very, very easy build. Normally you can expect like another anywhere from like 4 to 6 hours added on top of this if you're lubing switches. Just depending on what size board you're using, but because you know that's just how many switches you're gonna need. If you're doing a full size board, you're gonna need like double the amount of switches as like a 50% board. So one of the other reasons I'm excited for that little board is just that it's gonna be less switches. Alright. Getting nice and close. Oh, we got the little jams going in the back. Cool, so everything all screwed together, nothing loose. There we go. Cool beans, cool beans. So there we go, screw everything together. Oh yeah, this is actually where you put it into the case and then put all the buttons in there. Okay, yeah, no, I didn't skip anything. Put the silicone mat at the bottom of the case. Cool, cool. Let's get this over here. So, bottom of the case. Silicone sound dampening mat. It's going to go in here and match the little. You'll see that there's like little indentations to show you where it goes, because that's going to be where the screws go. So you just match that, just like in the picture in the top there. Alright. Oh yeah, and it literally mentions that. Just match everything up to the holes. And oh, okay, so you don't even have to put on these strips. They're already on both sides. I guess those other ones, these are just extras if you run out, or if you need to replace them. Very cool, okay. So, man, this is a really easy build then, because usually you have to apply those things. Let's put your plate mat piece of these and just put it in that plate. I think that's correct. I don't think this is the back side. Yeah, no, okay, this is correct. Wait. Why isn't this lining up? But yeah, because this is the top, so it's going to need to be showing up this way. The heck? Okay. See, I just want to make sure that I get all of those like in there where they're supposed to be. Ooh. Oh, there we go. That felt like a little like click. Okay. So that kind of feels good there. So that's it. It's recessed in where it needs to be. So I think that is fine. I think the main thing is just then you got to get the top on. And that's how you make sure it all is fitting. Okay, no, yeah, it's on there. Okay, cool. So that's how that goes. Let's make sure though that this is as straight as we can get it. Like, why did I feel like that wasn't matching up? Okay, hold on. Oh, did that just like get it? Ooh, okay, sweet. I think that got it. No, it's off a little bit up here. These guys are like bent a little bit, like the wrong way. This is weird. Maybe if I start like at an angle from the top there. Okay. Let's try to get this top part on again. Gosh, why do I just feel like that's a little like out of line? The top looks like there's a little bit of a space that isn't shown in the picture. Oh. But that is attached in there pretty good, pretty freaking good, so maybe that is in there correctly. Guessing maybe it will start to kind of just bend down when we screw everything in there, so I'm going to attempt that really quick, because then at this point we should just be able to pop the screws in and test it. Keep true to the crisscross applesauceness. I'd say it's for sure more important when you're tightening stuff versus loosening it. Does that feel like it's being like I have to like force it? It should just go in there. I don't want to bend anything. Yeah, it's like going in at an angle. Hold on, I could feel that. I don't want to keep going like that. Drop my freaking screwdriver. Where'd you go? Yeah. So yeah, why is this going in at an angle? I want to make sure I'm not bending anything. Maybe I was just pushing it down too far. Okay, cool, yep. That's all it was. Alright. I guess we'll see in a second. I don't think that was crooked though. Okay, no, yeah, that's in there nice and straight now. I think it was just because I didn't have the other side screwed down first. Alright. Which makes sense. Do this lower side first. Almost done. So close. So close. Because it's not going to take very long to just pop these switches in. And then, oh man, it's going to sound nice. I can't wait to test this out. Wait, what? Oh wait, I forget that this one doesn't have a paired up screw on the top. There's only one on the bottom. I thought I was missing a screw. I was like, no, I was so careful to not lose one. Okay. Now our last metal screw. Why does that still feel a little bit loose? I like how they mentioned like your case might feel a little bit warped, but it's okay. It's just gonna fix itself when you screw it back together, but I think it was just a little warped. Hold on, let me make sure it's as tight as I can get it on all of these. So that seemed to be pretty important in terms of the... Okay, that actually does feel a lot better. I think a couple of them were just a little loose. All right. So there is that. Now... Okay, yeah, so it's saying just switch it over and test. Okay, cool. I'm gonna check each one for bent pins each time and then start getting it in there. I do want to check every time because I don't have a lot of extras of these at the moment. If anything does happen, I will have a few. But like that one kind of was loud. That made me nervous. I hope I didn't just smoosh that pin. There we go. So we just gotta plug 67 of these buttons in, put on the keycaps, and then we just built a keyboard. Not a bad build, not a bad build at all. It's literally just get your stabs together, take the case apart, put the stabs on, put the case back together, and then put the switches back in. Super surprised they don't have some option with the stabs already installed. If they're trying to make this like some, because it comes like fully assembled. It comes like assembled, ready to go, and then but it's just like, oh, but we included the stabs. So just take everything apart to put those on and then put it back together. It's like, I don't know, since this is an entry level thing, it might have been smart of them to just include some kind of already installed, even if not lubed, because not everyone's going to want to lube stuff. But it would have been nice if they did something like that, I feel like. Get one in the middle here. Luckily I'm not noticing any issues with these pins. Oh, that one sounded so bad though. Did I just totally... Whoa. As the switch goes flying. Did I totally just bend it? Oh no, I didn't. Okay, this is just a loud snappy plate. Alright. Phew. Alright. Well, it didn't snap going back in there that time, so maybe I just got lucky when I was putting it in there. There we go. This is going to be my not only my first 65%, so basically the same as this board, but it will have arrows. But my first gasket mount, as well as my first board with silicone sound dampening. Okay. Had to give my dog the dad voice. Okay, boop. Ooh, these little buttons sound nice. You don't have to do anything to them. These are a great switch for somebody. If somebody was wanting to get into this but didn't want to lube switches, which I could totally understand because that is absolutely the most tedious part of any keyboard build, I would highly recommend that. Like, I'm a little peeved that this isn't like in there more. I feel like this isn't right. Actually, there's no way that that's right. All these in there sandwiched together. I mean, it looks good though. This is for sure just warped. Because this blocker is like sticking up. It's not like going down into the freaking plate where it's supposed to be. We'll see in the end. I'm gonna have to take this apart anyways whenever we update it, because I will, just for the sake of testing, probably lube them up after trying what they sound like unlubed for a while. Just because I'll be getting my own set of these that I can mess with. Alright. I'm very happy that all of these pins are straight too. Getting lucky with that. Pup, are you sneak attack scratching yourself? You stealth scratching? Hey, come here. The pup said, I'm moving to the lazy boy couch. Yeah, see, this is what you gotta check. You can notice that, I don't know if you can see it because it won't freaking focus, but this pin is like super bent on this side here. So you gotta check for stuff like that before just plugging it in. Because it's not the end of the world, you just have to pull that switch out, but you know, you could lose a switch, and sometimes you have expensive switches, and you know, just want to throw money away with the ruining a good switch. So just check, and if it's bent, you just move it a little bit, and boom goes the dynamite at that point. Is that off? Nah, that's good. That's good. Boop. Wow, this all feels like it's staying on there really securely though. Ooh, that just peeves me off quite a bit. That it's like just barely, like a little tiny bit warped. Dang, that's frustrating. Well. So far, just overall feel-wise, this one definitely feels way more premium. The Bakaneko, even though they come in at the same price. Which, I mean, I don't know. It's multiple things, I guess, because this one is just only aluminum and it doesn't have like a top and bottom piece, which is what's frustrating me here. This top piece seems like it got a little warped. So that's not even a possible issue on that other one because it's only a bottom piece. But especially with the standoffs and everything being screwed together, I feel like this is going to be a good typing experience. I think it's going to feel and sound really nice, which will make me get over any kind of tiny little warping that it might not even be warped. I think it might just be the flex of the board, and I might just be tripping out because it's supposed to be a little bouncy because of the gasket mounts, so... And worst case, I would just have to unscrew it and realign it. Might mess with that afterwards like I did with the Bakaneko just to get the best fit that I can. But this is starting to look nice. It looks really cool all matching like this. And then I snagged the keycaps that just came with, that they made for the set to match, so it's just like a terminal green if people are familiar with like your terminal on your computer. When you think of like hackers, bro, with like those black screens and the green text. Boop. Yeah, these boards like this that are the green ones and the green ones, the purple ones, and the kind of like mint colored, like almost like light blue or light greenish ones, they always remind me of the old N64s. Especially because my brother had one of the green ones. So that's what this reminds me of. Huh, what a cool little matching build though. I love being able to make something that looks nice, feels nice, and sounds nice. We don't know if it sounds nice yet, but I am just heavily leaning towards that it is going to. I think some people nitpick with certain things, but I don't know. I'm not super critical of stuff, especially with entry-level things like this. Like I know that there's going to, it's not going to be like perfect. I think some people try these boards and they want it to be like the quality of like a $500 board. It's just like obviously it's not going to be that, man. It's, you know, they're selling it for $120. So I don't think it's going to be like crazy insanely good, but I think it's going to be really solid. Like I'm super enjoying this. Oh dang, what's up, Liz? Thanks for popping in here. Do you just finish a stream of your own? You guys are here at a good time because I'm just about to finish up and type on this thing. We had a decent little stream tonight. Had a couple of subs. My first subscribers. Never had a subscriber before, man. I got 2 tonight. What's up? Did you already go on your vacation? Did you go on your trip already? Oh, nice. I hope you had a good trip. Seems to be that time of the year right now. My mom is on is in the middle of her 2-week trip that she took to Greece. She's out there riding horses in Greece, having the time of her life. Photo dump, nice. Yeah, I know, right? My mom goes on sweet trips every year. She has like a little group of like horse friends that used to all go on like big group trips. And then after a few years of that, her and like one of the other chicks who's just like, it's kind of a hassle going with everybody. Let's just like you and me go, so we don't have to deal with the people who suck. I don't know. Traveling in a group can wear you out sometimes. It can be a lot to deal with. Because it's just so many preferences and tastes that you have to mix up and coordinate like what people want to do and what their schedules are and what people want to eat and stuff like that. For me, I'm just living my life like the mac and cheese cat. Just out here taking life by storm. That could always be tough when it's like somebody who's like you don't want to like put anybody else out, so everybody's like trying to be reasonable and like, yeah, it's like we can do whatever. It's like, yeah, but what do you want to do? It's like, oh, I don't know, it's just like whatever. You know, I'm up for anything. I was like, cool, we'll just sit here then and not do anything. Boom, we did it, we made it. Before we get too far, let's see how these stabs turned out. Why is there so much rattle? What the hell? That just feels like it's not like in there. What on earth is going on this side? Oh no, that didn't feel good at all. Please don't pop out, stabilizer. Why did that feel so weird? I think maybe I just got that in there, like not... Oh wait, did I have it on upside down? Because it doesn't seem warped. How weird, it's like not getting in the cap all the way. Yeah. It's not, this stabilizer isn't going in the hole. Why? Yeah, why is that not going in the hole? That's very strange. Hmm. Like, dang, it's so loose that just pushing on this side is pulling it up. Did I get a super warped spacebar? Yeah, I guess that is a good problem to have instead of just having like one bossy person that everyone's just like getting sick of. Nothing feel like it's like loose or anything there. Wire's still in place and everything. This feels like an issue with this space bar, which is super weird. It's just not getting in, it's not staying in this hole. Wow, super weird. I might just have to replace it with one of these later on. Because I have no idea why it's like not, it's going in the hole, but it's just not staying in there. I've never seen that happen with a keycap before. But whatever, let's just get the rest of them on. Well, the rest of them sound fine. Where's backspace? That's probably enter. Where's the... Oh, I didn't put the top back on the grease. Oh, backspace, where are ya? The heck? Is this my backspace? That seems like the enter key. Where is backspace? I don't know. This is confusing me. Here, let me see how they... I guess maybe this is like my shift for down here or something, but it's too big. Maybe this is for over here. Oh, this is probably the backspace right here. I'm a dope. Okay, there's my keycap puller. The last thing I want to do is fucking pull these stabs off of the PCB. Okay, sitting there looking for my backspace that is sitting in front of me on a different key. Okay, yeah, all these other ones sound fine. Something weird just happened to this stab right here. Where when I go on this side, it doesn't stay down. That is so strange. Because like it's also not happening on that other side. So it's only like this one stabilizer. I wonder if it's because it got lube on it or something, but how weird. What a silly, silly problem to have. So I probably will end up taking it apart later just to replace that stabilizer, I guess. I don't know what else I could try other than that. But what a silly, silly problem to have. I've never seen that happen before. Like, it is super getting in all of those other ones. Why is it? Yeah, it should be these two end pieces. So weird. Okay, yeah. It honestly might just be an issue with this keycap. I might just have to get like a different space bar. How whack is that? Actually, just because I'm so curious about that. Oh. Forgot that that was plugged into the computer, and so unplug it before I mess something up. Okay. Ooh. So tight that I pulled the switch out. Okay, hold on, put you back in there. I'm just super curious if it's just an issue with that space bar. Oh no, look, there's something up with these stabs. Well, yeah, now this one isn't holding up on the opposite side. What on freaking earth is going on with these stabilizers? So they're both down, lined up. How weird, yeah, there's just something up with these stabilizers that I have on the spacebar down here. I don't know what the heck is going on with them. But, it seems like they're not like up far enough or something, but they look the same as the other ones. So I'll have to like make sure I didn't get those backwards or something, but whatever, that's good to know. Yeah, because this spacebar is fine. Huh? How weird is that? Oh, so stupid. Well, at least I know this spacebar is fine. Whatever, we'll just... all we can do for now is leave it. I just want to test to make sure it's working, and then I'll fix that later. I'm not sure what I could have done there to fuck that up. But whatever, it's not too crazy of a fix. I just won't do that right now on the stream. Okay. So let's get everything else going. Enter key, I'll put the green one just to see what that looks like. Yeah, all the rest of these are fine. I wonder what happened to that, I wonder what happened to that spacebar. That is super weird. I'll have to go back and make sure. Maybe I just didn't screw it in all the way. That's what I'm assuming. I'm assuming I didn't screw it in tight enough. If that's the case, that'd be pretty sweet, because then I would just have to screw it more and not have to completely take it apart. Where's all my letters? I'm looking for Q to start, but I guess maybe I can start on the other side. Where's P? There's P. Okay, so it should be right here. Just to get a full assembly of what this little pup's gonna look like. And then I'll just do any tweaking I need to do later, same as I did with that one. But I always get them exactly how I want in the end. Let me get the arrows going just to get that out of the way. Gosh, I really disorganized these freaking keys. Arrow, arrow. Did I fuck it up? I think it should be this guy, boop boop, and then P. Yeah, like right here. I think that's right. But we'll see. Oh wait, did I fuck up? Wait, what is... Did I fuck up the backspace of it? Hold on, let me see the... Oh, okay, no, yeah. So it's got some function keys right there. Alright, so I'm not tripping. Okay. No, I know what you mean. If we do, it's not the end of the world. We can just move it, but I think that that's in the right spot. Here, we can get all of this set up here on the side to maybe make it look less confusing. There's page up. Where's home? All these freaking captures all over the place over here. Where's page down? Page down, where are you? Page down, page down. There it is. Page down. Go ahead and just get the escape key right there. We'll use the green one. Have the black one in case we don't like that. Yeah, it just doesn't use some of these. That's so stupid because I bought this like specifically to go with this. So you would think that they would just only include what's needed. So control menu. Arrows, arrows, arrows. Where did I move? Oh wait, here's one. One right there. Where's that last arrow? Ah, right there. Boop. Okay, so let's figure out which way these guys go. Probably yeah, they're probably going to be like up top. probably like this. That doesn't seem right, does it? I guess not. Is that what I need to do? Just match the slants? That would make more sense. Okay. Okay, cool. That makes more sense. Boop. Left. Right. Up and down. Is that, or I just... Oh, wait. I did that literally backwards. Those are on there tight. Yeah, it's pulling the switch out on some of those, dang. Alright, get you back in there. Boop. Alright, so it's supposed to be this way, I think. Yep, okay, there we go. That's better. Cool beans, all right. Oh. This is so frustrating that this space bar just isn't sticking in there. I don't know what could be causing that. Something with, it's just something with that stabilizer because it happened to the other spacebar too. Oh, that's just really frustrating. Unfortunate. Okay. Good grief. So these aren't the best keys in the world, but they'll be all right. They'll get the job done. It's an okay keycap set. Oh yeah, all right. And this is our shift. So weird that these sound fine. It's like clacking kind of weirdly on this side. I wonder if it's just a little off. I hope it's not. There's my one. This is one that I'm just building, but it will. I'll probably sell this one. Like this will be one that I'll be offering for sale. I'm going to be doing a green cable. Like I'm going to be making a fancy green cable to go with it, and then I'm getting a green wrist rest like this as well that I'll be selling it off with. But really though, it's just about like I'm trying this entry-level gasket mount out to compare to a mid-level gasket mount build and then a high-end one that I'm getting next week. Just so I can tell the differences between the qualities. Just kind of feel what it's like. Something feels like it's just like didn't like get far down enough on this bottom row or something. That's so weird that the stabilizer is just not staying in there. That's very, very, very strange. I don't understand what could be causing it because it's like it's literally going into it. Or I wonder if it's just like barely not because it's like just a little too long. I don't think that this is the wrong size spacebar though, because this is a keycap set made literally for this build. I mean, I can't squish it on there any harder than that, and it is not staying on there, so something happened with that. It'll still be usable and I can test it, but that is just going to drive me bonkers until I figure out what caused that. Alright, and the O should be right below the 0. Yeah, we'll always be doing stuff like this. If anybody ever like has a specific build that they want, I would definitely do that for them as well. But you'll probably see a lot of over the time just us like experimenting with builds and then putting them up for sale, along with other things like just keycaps and cables, whatever we can do. Okay, let's see here. Is there not a... okay, no, yeah, there's a bigger one. It drives me nuts when I leave open space. Utilize those caps as much as I can. How strange is that? Stab. Okay. Storage. Getting some of this together. These are all going to go next to each other. So that would be right above that. What is this guy here? Okay, it's the super. Oh, that has the legend. Yeah, I definitely want that. I want to feel that on my little fingies. Make sure that I use that F as well. There's probably 2 F's. So that one is smooth. I want the one with the thingy on it. Where's it hiding? Whatever, I'll get to it. Just gonna keep going from the out inward. Keep getting these keys on there. God, it was hiding up here underneath something. Of course it was. Alright, F with legend. G. H. J. K. Yeah, I got a bunch of builds coming soon. I've already got one behind me sitting on the coffee table that I'm gonna need to get going. Oh wait, maybe wait, were you right about that? Maybe that P is off. Hold on. Where's Q? Q. Because this should definitely be like a 2. Oh wait, yeah, this, yeah, no, yeah, he was totally right. Okay, yeah. Yep. Yeah, I need to shift all this over one to the left. Ooh, these are tight keycaps. They're pulling off the switches, which is just... It's making me so confused as to why the space bar isn't holding on to it. Gosh, I don't know. That's just so weird. I'm trying to think of what I can do to help with that, but I don't think that I can do anything except for just... I mean, luckily they gave me an extra thing of them, so I can just replace it with this guy. Yeah, forgot to keep putting this on. So there's that. And then this guy goes here this way. I'm gonna stop keep putting stuff on upside down. Alright. So there's that guy. It'll be interesting to see what this little RGB is looking like. RGB. So did this not have a caps lock key? What? It has this. Not my tab. I really don't have a caps lock key? That's so weird. Don't think I misplaced it or anything. I guess it's just supposed to be like these are like a caps lock, but no, you don't want to use that. Point it down. I guess at least use this one. But that's so weird because it's just like doubles up my shift. Whatever, just to test it, we'll get something on there. How strange though, there's no caps lock. This is a weird keycap set. Okay. Let's get these guys out of the way. Don't need those. 6. V, B, and M. This guy. This dude. RT. Y. U. Plus let me see, what am I not getting on here? Yeah, they also only had one big control. It's so weird. I didn't like this. Place any of those, did I? I don't think I did. Huh. Strange. Okay, whatever. So what am I missing on this side? And which is right here. And I'm missing my quote. ZV B and those guys, then my question mark. Now I need, okay, that's got to be what. That's got to be what I should be using this one for. Is this shift for sure. I wonder if maybe I did something weird with one of the standoffs down here. Oh, whatever. At least it's still usable. I need to stop tripping about it for now. Just make sure everything else is working first. Okay. So I just took that off so I could add that here. And it's just like, what is supposed to go over here for my caps lock? That is so weird that I don't have a caps lock. Because this one's going to be pointing down. Which just doesn't make sense for a caps lock. I don't want to use, like, this is too big anyway, so I can't use that. There's quite literally nothing else that I could use. How strange. There's gotta be just like a cap that like fell somewhere or something that I'm not seeing. But we'll worry about that later. Go back through the box and everything. Because they came in just like a little like a plastic sleeve that I opened and just kind of like squeezed them all out. But don't see any other keys anywhere, so I don't know where that could have gone. Also, it drives me nuts that there's not a bigger control for down here. Why do I have two B's? Okay, yeah, we got everything in there except for this guy, and then whatever, it's weird, but we'll just put it in there just to have a key in there. I have no idea why caps lock would be an arrow pointing down, but that's all I have to put in there. Okay. Hey, appreciate the follow. So let's plug this in and see what's going on so there you can start seeing it lighten up. The RGB life. So happy with that. I mean, it does look nice at least, so there's that to help ease the pain of the frustration. Oh, move this, don't want to scratch this little guy up. So yeah, looking nice. Let's test it all out. Let me switch this to VIA, and I'll pull VIA up to test some stuff out. Okay, cool. But yeah, it already recognizes it. It's already VIA supported, so nice and easy build. I'll just have to figure out what weird thing I did to that stabilizer, but that's probably just, I probably didn't screw in that standoff like by the spacebar like hard enough or something. That, or I just didn't screw the stabilizer in for the literal spacebar far enough, and it's just like not quite like as stiff as it needs to be, and it's not pushing itself into it enough. I have no idea. I've never seen that before, where the key tester, that's what I wanted to see, where the stabilizer is just not staying in. Make sure all of our keys are good. Our down arrow fucking caps lock, so weird. Oh, I didn't even change this. Why isn't it appearing? Hold on, let me get this correct window up here. I have no idea why this. There it is. Yeah. That was weird. And then it's also like made that window like a way different shape. I don't know what just happened there, but whatever, not a big deal. Whew, okay, try to get that a little bit out of the way. But just so you guys can see, you know, what I'm doing. This just lets you click all your buttons and make sure that you're good. I guess I just don't have this set up to anything. That or that button isn't working. Those are working, that's good. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Okay, so all of that is good. Escape is good. Yeah, everything was good except for this. But I'm assuming maybe that's going to be like a function key. So yeah, let me go back, test that out. Or actually, okay, yeah, so that key is working, so it's probably just a, yeah, that's a function key. Okay, cool. And then I'll set some volume stuff. Oh, it's already there. Okay, so volume up and down. Oh, it's the arrows. That totally makes sense. So I don't need to save or change anything. It's all working. So now, oh, actually, because I'm gonna have to change this back here now to this. Okay, yeah, I switched it back to the correct window. Boop. So now we can do a test and see what it's sounding like. I'll pause the music as well. Okay, so Portico 65. It's got Kiwi switches in it to match. They're all stock, so not lubed at all. But the stabs are the C3 equalizer stabs in there that came with it. We lubed those up. Just had a weird issue with the stab on the right side of the spacebar. For some reason, isn't like staying inside the divot of the spacebar. So hopefully it's not going to sound too weird. Okay, yeah, it doesn't feel too bad. It just feels a little strange because it's loose and I know it. But, okay, let's just... These sound pretty, these are pretty nice. Ooh, what a fun little board to use. I'll have to figure out for sure what's going on with the bottom here, because it's just throwing me off mentally just because I know it's loose. Frustrating because the overall it does sound good until you get to this portion over here where it's coming up. But no, yeah, that spacebar sounds good. All the alphas sound great. But yeah, just happy everything is working, and another build down. Oh. The space bar is totally fucking me up just because I'm like, I don't know why I have this weird little thing like in my head where I feel like it's gonna like fly up even though I know it's not going to, but I wonder what is causing it to do that. It's so strange. This out of the way too a little bit. Maybe even just hold this on my lap for a second so that I can just get a more natural position. So definitely feels nice and snappy. I'm definitely happy with it. Yeah, I don't think there's really much else to say. I'll just have to make sure that I do take it apart to try to figure out what the heck I did to the spacebar stabilizer. That's such a weird problem still for me. As I grab this freaking spacebar bag, let me grab these extra little pieces here. In case I need anything, I don't like to just leave stuff loose if I can help it. I'll move this little pad over here real quick. Hey, pup. Alright, but yeah, I appreciate everybody who stopped by. Before I dip out here, I will just, I'll put the mic up here close to it, and we'll give it a little sound test. Just kind of like a minus the space bar, really. But really happy with how it came out. It looks nice. This is my first... also my first polycarbonate build, so cool to see how the LEDs are or how this case like diffuses the LED RGB, so pretty nice. Mute this so you don't hear me just moving the mic. Okay, and then that's why I did the other one before, so you can kind of see more of what it looks like. And this, I do like to get it like right like over it to get the best like depiction of the sound that I can. Okay. So run this again. Go a little slower too. Do a longer one here. longer, slower one to kind of get an idea of what it all sounds like. Then I'll plug it all so get through our mods. Oh yeah, I did okay, yeah, I unmuted it. I was like, hopefully the audio's coming through. So yeah, the mods sound great too. And the spacebar does, doesn't sound bad. There is just a little bit of rattle because it's loose on this side, but like it does have a nice like just little sound though with each individual press of it. So as soon as I figure out this wobble on this side, it'll sound more like that. But yeah, I'll probably do some more videos on it too with some sound tests just after I figure out that space bar. Super stupid, whatever is causing that. That's why I'm doing this though, to experience stuff like that and learn what I did and how to not do it and how to fix it. Probably be getting ready to get out of here. That's about 4 hours that it took to build this guy, going slow and talking the whole time. But yeah, not a bad build at all. Like definitely beginner friendly, which is who this board is aimed at, being a $120 entry-level board. And yeah, I'm very happy with how it came out. I'll be trying this out for a little bit. And I do have to say too, probably like it's got a nice feeling flex, but it's probably just too that I don't think that these are the best keycaps. I don't think these keycaps sound too great. But I might change my tone on that once I get this spacebar situation figured out a little bit. But yeah, another fun build. So the next one that I'm going to be doing is a somewhat similar to this one here. It's a Savage 65 from Cannon Keys. So it's that brutalist design that they have. Burger mount, but it's going to be clear acrylic. So it's just going to be like white clear, but similar effect. It'll have like good LED pass through, and you'll be able to see everything inside of it. You might even be able to see the switches inside of it and stuff a little bit. So that's going to be the next one I'm doing. It'll be good practice because that one is a solder PCB, so I'm going to have to solder the switches into it. So that's basically the point I'm at now, is deciding what switches I'm going to put in there, because whatever switches I do put in, I'm probably never going to take out, because I'm lazy and I can't see myself soldering and desoldering shit a bunch of times. But yeah, that's it for tonight. I appreciate everybody who was stopping by, and even got a couple subscribers tonight for the first time, so that's cool. I'll keep the builds coming, and just let me know if anybody is interested in any of these boards, they like the look of them, or if you just have any questions about them. If you want to do one yourself and you don't necessarily want to buy one of mine, you can still hit me up. My name is the same on Discord. It's not even an issue, but yeah, be looking out for us. I'm gonna be doing more builds like this, just testing stuff out. while we're designing our own board, and then whenever we're actually getting through with the designs, I'll obviously be coming on here and showing them off. So until then, take it easy, have a good rest of your Sunday night, and thanks for chilling with me. Later, y'all.